Oh my god, I don't have any more weapon slots. The Paris Prime bow. Oh, I forgot I could level up, Dread again. I've already owned this so many times. I got 2 Furies, I need to delete one of these. Now it's going to rain, are you serious? Yeah. Yeah, finally got a PS5, but that thing does sound pretty hot. Yeah, that why it crashed it. You probably like extreme. Myriad massive missives and more. Sydney Sweeney and the Nazis. Written by Miri, August 4th, 2025. You remember how back around the time of Brexit, nobody who defended Leave or really any political positions or Stalin was immediately tarred as a Nazi, and compared to Hitler, well, Stalin was a Bolshevik and from Georgia, but sure. It became such an absurdly overused cliche to list as miss any opponent as being just like or worse than Hitler, that the phenomenon even attracted its own illustrious idiom, reductio ad Hitlerum, every now don't like is Hitler. That particular insert started died out of COVID. We all became vile ghouls and science and ours instead. But the establishment is clearly very keen to revive it. And that's what the current Sydney Sweeney psyop is all about. In case you missed it, Sydney Sweeney is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed actress and model who has recently starred in a commercial for American Eagle jeans. The caption accompanying the campaign reads, "Sydney Sweeney has great genes." And just in case the audience was left in any doubt about the implied meaning here, Sweeney helpfully confirms genes are passed on from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, even eye color. My genes are blue. Predictably, this immediately prompted a media firestorm as American Eagle and Sweeney herself were accused of being genocidal Nazi eugenicists, promoting a mass race ideology, and calling for the extermination of all other races. And make no mistake, American Eagle knew this is exactly the response the campaign would provoke. That's the response they wanted. It was planned. Advertising executives are some of the world's most deviously intelligent and manipulative people. They don't slip up these kinds of controversial campaigns that generate massive backlash. Remember the Gillette campaign stoned all white men were predatory stalkers? Or the ridiculous Jaguar one, which featured a wide range of diverse models, but no actual car. These campaigns were widely ridiculed as they were patently about politics rather than selling the company's products. And right now we have a campaign supposedly about selling damage charges board as which has ignited an enormous race-based political war, just like the exact same time that multiple countries across the world on the precipice of an enormous race-based political war. Not a coincidence, lockstep. In response to the Sweeney backlash, a lot of prominent right-wing social media accounts started posting photos of blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties and strongly insinuating that yes, these are superior genes. Blue-eyed blondes are blessed. Strange that both of the linked tweets are from very prominent accounts, and both use the phrase "sue me," as if it's a coordinated script or something, and consequently playing right into left-wing hands that everyone on the right is Hitler, believes in a master race and wants to exterminate everyone else. It's a beta trap to give the establishment ample ammunition to declare, "You see, these right-wingers have always denied being Nazis, but now they're coming out and admitting it." American Evil, rather significantly, was not founded by far-right Nazis, but rather by Jewish brothers Jerry and Mark Silverman, and is now owned by Jewish CEO Jay Schottenstein. Sweeney herself, meanwhile, starred in a hard left Agate prop The Handmaid's Tale, a hugely popular TV series whose sole purpose is to demonstrate white Christians as psychopathic rapists. She also is not blonde, as dyed her hair in order, one might speculate, to better resemble the leftist stereotype of what an evil genocidal Nazi looks like. So we see what they're doing here. The ultra wealthy and powerful establishment, which contains a lot of supremacist Jews, are doing what they always do, demonizing white people, right-wingers, and Christians as evil Nazis, in order to direct public opprobrium towards them and generate more support for the eventual abolition of people who possess these traits. Merely being born with blue eyes and blonde unites in people in terrible zealous bloodlust that makes them want to destroy everyone without these features. That's the message we're supposed to receive from the PSYOP, which too many people are falling for and are promoting. Lots of prominent accounts on social media are claiming we are so bad because ad campaigns are no longer using obese people of color but attractive blue-eyed blondes. Unfortunately, however, we are not bad. We are rather being played and manipulated, as we always are with anything that is high profile in the news. Sydney Sweeney is a little actress playing a part that propagandize and manipulate the public just as actresses, especially high profile Hollywood actresses, always do. The purpose of this duplicitous campaign is to trick the right into exposing themselves as what the left and Jewish supremacists have always said they are: dangerous, eugenic Nazis. I mean, seriously, the star of the campaign literally has the initial SS, also known as Haley Secret Service. As I covered in previous articles, the aim of the social controls at the moment is to install parody right-wing extremist governments into power, Trump and fantasy US, for a large reform here, so we can consequently all see how utterly deranged and evil the right is, call for their abolition, and all live in a one-world communist dystopia as outlined in John Lennon's Imagine. All courage and major psyops eventually dead destination, so we must continue to call them out every time, and not fall into the traps our enemies keep setting by believing in or promoting them. We know their modus operandi, and we know they're on their modus operandi now, and it's the same playbook every time. Or to put it another way, the genie is well and truly out of the bottle. Yeah. Patreon. Oh, Miria has a Substack and a Patreon. Okay. Steel path. My drop chance. Oh no. Plotting route. We are so back. No. I guess we're doing survival, I guess.
And wherever you are. Approaching terminally unfun levels. Activate another health scrubber. Knock the pus sacks off that scrubber before they sprout ahead.
Let's go. Come on.
While Scaldra is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll
We
care.
stay and we go.
Distraction is ready. I can't ask you to fight any longer. But if you wanted to fight longer, I wouldn't say no.
Are we all leaving or what? Hello?
It was a disappointing performance.
guessing we're like retreating to this? Or extracting from my side?
KOL just made it easy. Do something about that scrubber before it does something about you.
Wait, I thought we scratched.
You've got a minute to get a health scrubber working. I said shoot the pus off that... Oh. Too late.
Okay. Let's go.
Game over. Get to extraction.
Jackpot! That's what we're looking for.
Sadistic ritual. Survivors testified the Knesset about child sexual abuse network in Israeli religious ceremonies. This is by the Haaretz newspaper. You can find her at archive.today. The woman described uses of abuse including rape and torture and massive spiritual rituals, as well as systemic silencing and neglect from authorities. As the Knesset members listened to the survivor's testimony, a number appeared visibly shaken. Rachel Finkidioffer, this was made June 4, 2025. During a special joint Knesset session on Tuesday, several women, mainly from ultra-Orthodox and religious Zionist communities, came forward to testify about years of ritual abuse they suffered during sadistic sexual rituals performed in religious ceremonies in Israel. Their testimonies, which also indicate repeated neglect from authorities, are part of a disturbing pattern documented by journalists, trauma experts, and NGO leaders. You have no idea what ritual abuse is about. Yael Sharit, one of the victims, told committee members, "The human brain cannot process it. You cannot imagine what it's like to program a 3-year-old girl through rape and sadism so they can do whatever they want without anyone knowing." As the MKs listened to the survivor's testimony, a number appeared visibly shaken. "This is horrifying," Likud MK Elliot Dalal remarked. "The time has come to move from listening to action." He called for immediate action on part of police, relevant government ministries, and the justice system. "There are helpless children here, and we need to take initiative now," Dalal said. MK Nama Lazimi of the Democratic Party, who also chairs the Youth Affairs Committee, said, "I couldn't breathe when I learned of a network of ritual abuse of girls, that there could be such a system and dangerous mechanism and nothing is being done to stop it." The special session was a joint initiative of the Knesset Committee for the Advancement of the Status of Women and the Special Committee for Youth Affairs. Chairwoman M.K. Penina Tamano State Sheet Tamano Das SHET, the National Unity Party, opened by introducing the impetus for the session. An extensive investigation published in May by Israel Hayom journalist Naomi Barkan, which revealed harrowing allegations of organized ritual sexual abuse of children in Israel. Over a dozen women aged 20 to 45, primarily from the ultra-Orthodox and religious Zionist communities, contributed to Barkan's report, detailing nearly identical experiences of childhood abuse involved religious ceremonies, family complicity, and systematic torture masked as spiritual rituals. Survivors were all children when the abuse occurred, described being drugged, raped, mutilated, filmed, and psychologically manipulated through ceremonies led by religious figures in which family members, including parents, often participated. Victims spoke of abuse of homes, synagogues, forced in schools, often framed in religious languages and mimicking biblical stories. More than one woman described being forced to take part in a ceremony where the abusers acted out the binding of Isaac, tying her while they performed a makeshift circumcision rituals on her. One of the abuse victims who spoke on Tuesday was a woman identified only as A, who revealed that she was abused by her cousin from the age of 4. By 14, A said she was being tortured and starved by well-known figures in her community. There were events open to the general public. There were eternal rituals where I was tied to a high pole of handcuffs, she recalled. She went on to describe rituals involving the drinking of menstrual blood, as well as the slaughtering of cats and other animals. When these speakers addressed the lack of accountability and alleged cover-up surrounding their cases, A said that even after she went to the police with recorded testimony from someone who admitted to abusing her, no one was only summoned for questioning. "The police told me I was imagining it," A recounted. Survivor Ariel, who endured nearly 15 years of ritual abuse beginning at age 5, told the committee that she also eventually filed a police complaint, only had it closed after a few months. She also said she had heard testimonies from other women alleging that doctors, educators, police officers, and both current and former Knesset members were involved in covering up abuse. "Having our voices heard in the Knesset today is a historic moment," Ariel said. The woman's assertions corroborated Barkan's investigation. It's found that despite numerous complaints filed with Israel police over the years, the overwhelming majority of incidents, especially those that took place in religious communities like Jerusalem's Na'ala neighborhood, were closed without indictments. The report also includes interviews with several experts and advocates who accuse authorities of negligence, denial, and systemic silencing. Many of the victims described being accused of lying, re-traumatized by failed investigations, and abandoned by legal institutions. Dr. Naama Goldberg, CEO of Lo Omdad Mangid, who will not stand by, has been collecting testimonies of sadistic abuse of children for years. She refused to speak in time to address police negligence. "I submitted written testimonies from 5 women to the police," Goldberg remarked. "To this day, no one has contacted me." At the committee session, Lieutenant Colonel Anna Yakir, head of the crime victims and family division of Israeli police, attempted to reassure lawmakers and the public. "The system at its highest level is examining the matter," she said. It is a very high priority for the intelligence division." At one point, Tamana Shata challenged Yakir's claim, saying, "Reality shows that the police are not strong when it comes to handling sex crimes. No one wants to talk about brutal rape and children being raped. These are incomprehensible, monstrous cases." MK Madi Sarfati Harkabi of Yish Atid described the testimonies as an earthquake. "I can't process what I'm hearing," she said. "This is one of the most important hearings the committee has ever held. I cannot imagine a reality like this even in my worst nightmares." Lazimi concluded the session with a pledge to conduct follow-up hearings. "We want data, we will not allow a cover-up," she said in closing. We will request information from police, the state prosecutor's office, the welfare ministry, and the education ministry. This is a national issue, and next year the police commission must be present because we are talking about a child trafficking network. I mean, that's Israel in general. I mean, you're done with what your nation's founded on. And they all flee from America to Israel. Am I right? I couldn't get my Gorgon weapon. Finish built, I guess. What is dog days? What about the fauna squad for dog days? Soaptron, Soaptron, Soaptron. What the heck? What the heck?
Until we start losing! Your executioners! This is ghastly. You know, we never really talk.
I'm doing dookie. This is kind of cool of a video. Okay. And you found the rest of my squad. Oh, get my kill, get my kill. I got him, I got him. like those musics and they chill that Minecraft uses. Oh, I can lob blobs. Okay, that's cool. Oh! Man. The Soaptron. Oh, damn. Where do I get water balloons? Oh, I'm about to die, Oh, yo.
Round over! Mop 'em down and rack 'em up!
I got 12? Yeah, I got 8 deaths too.
The Dusklight Saracenia grows best in absolute filth. I mean, 100% pollution, poisonous air, and water. Really, what kind of plant thrives in those conditions? Lovely name, though.
You get pearls and 50,000 credits. Our found. Repair.
Passion is what drives me. Not just some desire for success.
Okay, so I need to farm this. I need more conclave standing. Okay. This is from Outkick, Outkick.com, archive that is. At least one WNBA sex toy thrower has been arrested. The Ian Greaves sex toy became an instant internet meme after it was thrown to the court in Atlanta on July 29th. Published August 3rd, 2025, 11:17 a.m. EDT by Amber Harding. Justice had been served to at least one person who heard a dildo onto the court during a WNBA game. The WNBA stated on Saturday that they found it threw a neon green dildo onto a court during a game between the Atlanta Dream and Golden State Falcons on July 29th has been arrested. Anyone else caught throwing objects onto the court, the league said, will be ejected from the arena and face a minimum 1-year ban. The safety and well-being of everyone in our arena is a top priority for our league. Objects of any kind thrown onto the court in the seating area can pose a safety risk for players, game officials, and fans, leaks in their statement. In line with WNBA arena security standards, any fan who intentionally throws an object onto the court will be immediately ejected, face a minimum 1-year ban in addition to being subject to arrest and prosecution by local authorities. The incident occurred late in the fourth quarter on Tuesday at the Gateway Center Arena. There was a stoppage to play while an official kicked Aaron Dill off the court and was removed by a police officer. On Friday, a copycat crime occurred when a fan threw another sex toy, which from a distance appeared to be the same make and model as the first, on the basket during Friday's game between the Falcons and the Chicago Sky. It's super disrespectful. I don't really get the point of it. Sky Center Elizabeth Williams said after Friday's game, "It's really immature. Whoever is doing it needs to grow up." Let's bring more attention to the WNBA though. Ever WNBA players have always chimed in on social media, including the Indiana Fever, Sylvia Kinningham, and New York Liberty for Isabel Harrison. Cunningham runs Friday. "Stop throwing dildos on the court. You're going to hurt one of us." Harrison had an ex. "Arena security, hello. Please do better. It's not funny. It never was funny. Throwing anything on the court is so dangerous." Regardless, it seems flame green sex toys have become an epidemic at WNBA games, and now the police have to get involved. Wow. Now that was funny. I have nightly rewards. You gotta rank up, what that means.
The steady blade, in certain hands, extracts a tithe of blood and pain.
I can't get anything cool. Blueprints. Hoover.
And we're out.
The steel path. Could do Octavius then. And then I do this, and there's only 10 days left. Silver Grove. Disruption. Let's try this. I got Endo. Just go for mods.
First key. Right. Find a matching conduit. Demo unit coming in fast. That 18 bows and you can kiss the conduit goodbye.
I think he's dead. I don't know how to revive him. It's like the... How to revive you? Oh, we have to find something to revive him with. I'm gonna start going to the movies on my no weekends. Maybe try the casino or something. If I won't run any money or whatever. I'm an Avenger! I'm an Avenger! I'm an Avenger!
Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit.
Let's go, let's go. Oh, no.
Security systems temporarily disrupted.
We need a key required.
Performance improvement? Won't be looking that Cupidon in the mouth.
We got rock golems, so that's cool. Defend it. Haha. Let's get it. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Care to live up to your reputation and try again?
No, we'd rather not.
Eyes open, sunshine. Here we go. Way ahead of you. Time to hit the pub.
You said hit the back. Oh. We know you do both. I don't know what the fuck beat it. That must be a mod. Is that a mod? Never heard of that mod before. What the fuck is Jesus? This dude literally left me. We're about to leave. What a goober.
Dreamers, I have for you a tale of
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we turn to you for help.
I can see that, I guess. I suppose. Donald Trump's approval rating collapses with black voters. Story by Khalida Rahman. 2 weeks ago, 3-minute read. Found on archive.is and it's from MSN. President Donald Trump's approval rating among black voters has dropped sharply in recent months, according to the latest The Economist/YouGov poll. Why it matters. Several recent polls have found Trump's net approval rating is underwater, voters expressing discontent on issues from the economy to immigration. The 2024 election saw Trump pick up a significant share of black voters, securing 16%. Any erosion in support could be problematic from Republicans amid of the 2026 midterm elections. What to know? Trump's net approval rating among black voters has dropped by 25 points since May, according to Economist/YouGov polls. The most recent poll, conducted between August 1st and 4th among 1,702 U.S. adults, found just 11% of black respondents approve of Trump's job performance, while 84% disapprove, giving them a net approval rating of -73. In a survey conducted in early May, 22% of black voters said they approved of the job Trump was doing, while 69% disapproved, giving a net approval rating of -47. Trump's net approval ratings among black voters in polls conducted in June and July were -54 and -64 respectively. The August survey found that black voters were the demographic least approving of the way Trump is handling issues including the economy, inflation, and others. Only 9% of black voters said they approved the way Trump is handling jobs and the economy, down from 24% in May. In comparison, 47% of white voters and 38% of Hispanic voters said they approved the way the president was handling those issues. When it came to inflation, just 8% of black voters said they approved of the job Trump was doing, down from 19% in May. All 41% of white voters said they approved, and 34% of Hispanic voters said the same. Craig Arganoff, a political analyst and adjunct professor at Florida Atlantic University, told Newsweek that the drop in Trump's approval rating among black voters likely stems from growing economic dissatisfaction and a perception that his policies do not address their concerns. The survey shows fewer black voters approve of Trump on jobs and the economy, indicating they may be feeling the impact of inflation and other economic pressures more acutely than other demographics. Additionally, his immigration rhetoric and law enforcement focus could alienate black voters who see these as threats to civil rights and opportunity, reflecting a broader pattern where this group responds negatively to policies perceived as exacerbating social and economic challenges. Costas Kostas Panagopoulos, a professor of political science at Northeastern University, told Newsweek. The deterioration in Trump approval among black voters suggests they likely oppose his policies and believe he has failed to deliver on campaign promises that were top priorities for them, especially on the economy. The administration's actions on things like affirmative action or other policies that are important to black voters also do not sit well with these voters. Even symbolic actions like a recent Black Lives Matter plaza in Washington, D.C. take a toll on black support for the president. The latest poll ratings are much more closely aligned with black support for Republican presidents historically, so we may also be seeing a reversion to more typical ratings for black voters. Trump's approval rating will likely to continue to fluctuate as he implements his policy agenda, and remains to be seen whether it will have an impact on the 2026 midterm elections. It probably will. I'm gonna size vision anyway. When I used to stream Fallout 76, I'd occasionally have someone trying to help me with some quest, or wanting me to help them. So I commented once, the other guy commented twice.
Elemental condensers, helium-3 processors. Alan's facility is consuming Jupiter's resources on a massive scale. Operator, you certainly have an eye for strategic targets. Ordis has marked key infrastructure for demolition.
Get in there and kick.
Access the facility.
Looks like you have more people getting one.
Those are the Queen's braids. What are they up to?
Look at this. A dreamer sleep stumbling onto my Kuva siphon.
The resonance frequency has changed. You're onto something, Tenno.
Oh man, I got Grifters to the operator.
That worked. Your operator form is key. Target the other Kuva clouds.
I don't have any.
Don't let them do that!
Oh my god. Okay. It's taking so long.
Hurry. Use your operator form to strike those Kuva clouds.
My siphon! My Kuva! You're messing up all my plans. I don't like it. Not
Finally.
one bit.
I hate these
Good
Kuva
work,
things,
Tenno.
even with like
We
the
need
right
to do
people.
everything we can to stop the Queens from gathering any more Kuva.
First
Oh,
target
this dude's
render
level
them
mastery 23.
non-functional.
Okay.
These elemental condensers are the heart of Alet's operation, his profit center.
Smash it up.
Okay.
Most efficient
I
operator.
hate this like hacking.
Orders have located the next bank of machinery.
Everything I had just took me over like the next one.
Helium-3 processors are key to the operation of this facility's reactor cores. It would be a shame if something happened to them. Now, turn your attention to the reactor core.
Look at this.
Locate the console and initiate the overdrive sequence.
Oh,
Overdrive sequence in progress. This will take a few moments. Do not allow Alec's personnel to reverse the sequence.
let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Success! Core melt initiated. In a few brief moments, this facility will cease to exist. May orders suggest running for your life?
No, we might need to do that order.
Another job well executed.
Damn. No more viewers, huh?
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments.
I don't care.
You can see why we turn to you for help.
The Department of Justice opens grand jury investigation to New York AG Letitia James. Story by Tyler Thrasher. 2 weeks ago, 2-minute read. This is by MSNBC, or MSN. Yeah, MSN. You can find them on archive.today, so you don't have to pay for ads or whatever, or pay for a subscription. The brief. The Department of Justice has reportedly convened a grand jury to investigate New York Attorney General Letitia James. The investigation, which is in its early stages, is focused on possible deprivation of rights allegations. James' office has reportedly received subpoenas for documents related to her civil fraud lawsuit against Donald Trump. New York. The Department of Justice has convened a grand jury to investigate New York Attorney General Letitia James. The investigation, which is being run out of Albany, focuses on potential deprivation of rights allegations according to reports. Will be known. Reports indicate that James' office has received subpoenas for documents related to her civil fraud lawsuit against President Donald Trump. The investigation, which is still in its early stages, alleges James may have violated Trump's civil rights. This development marks a new escalation in the legal battle involving James and the President. Fox News reports that U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has authorized a special prosecutor, Ed Martin, to investigate allegations of mortgage fraud involving both James and Senator Adam Schiff. James' office successfully brought civil charges against Trump for business fraud in 2022. The case is being handled by federal investigators and remains in its early phase. An spokesperson for Letitia James says the action by the Department of Justice was a weaponization of its prosecutorial power. Any weaponization of the justice system should have disturbed every American, the spokesperson said. We stand strongly behind our successful litigation against the Trump Organization and the National Rifle Association, and we will continue to stand up for New Yorkers' rights. Really was more than 2 minutes. My inbox. Wow. Ask with quests, but I get none. My inbox. You got mail. Inbox. I've been inboxed. The Dungeon of Darkness. I don't know which one to pick. I have to build a clan here. I chose you. Wait. It was Nuka Prime. Frosted Echoes. Wait, Frostbite Echoes was the first guy? Okay. I can make a clan key. When I first started gaming, like a year or two after it came out. I need because I need the Moonlight Dragon Lily. I need I need 9 more of these Sunlight Trash Cones. So yeah. But this dude already had it. Yeah, they got more crap. What the? Looks more like a cat than a Warframe. Heroin. This one just came out. Damn, $30? Valinir, Minerva. Protoframe. Encore Gemini Edition. What does that mean? What the heck? What the heck? While you're doing that, newest hate crime hoaxer Jussie Smollett to make television return by Raw Ignatius. August 9th. Well, you invited me to a game, so I guess that must mean something. Okay. August 9th, 2015, 11:19. I'm guessing that says 8. Yeah, AM. Race-baiting hoaxer Jussie Smollett, who staged a fake hate crime for publicity during the Trump's first term, will return to television. Smollett was one of the main stars of the hit show Empire for 5 seasons, before staging a fake hate crime that put paid to his high-profile career when his lies unraveled. Smollett would take part in the new series of Special Forces World's Toughest Test, alongside 70 other celebrities, including stars Cody Brown, old Sister Vaz, and Gia and Teresa Goodies of the Real Housewives of New Jersey. They completed a training camp led by a former Special Forces operative in what Fox describes as a test unlike any other.
Target located. Bring them in. We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Don't we have to use a capture device in don't really...
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
Did you find it?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
That was an I-10 star. Oh wait, I'm supposed to scan them? I thought I was supposed to gather. Oh, no wonder. Okay, so I scanned that. So I got 5 Sunlight Thresh Guns. I got 1 Sunlight Dragon Lily. I got 2 Sunlight Jade Leaf. I'm gonna need the Moon Lily. No. Okay. I got 7 of the Trust Stone, I got 2 of the Jade Leaf, 2 of the Dragon Lily. So I just need to farm this stuff and make this, and then I don't know what else I do with that. Or I can do Octavia. Jussie Smollett. Ugh.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we turn to you for help.
I need Dustlight Saracenia. I need 2 more Sunlight Thresh Cones, and then the rest of that, then I should be good. Omega Radiation. Broken War. Yeah, when I was, wait, that's a long time. Equip the freaking glaive and the Zorus. Hate crime hoaxer Jesse Smollett to make television return by right nationalist. Oh yeah, I was reading this. Smollett would take part in the new series of Special Forces World's Toughest Test alongside 70 other celebrities, including stars Cody Brown, sister wives and Gia and Teresa Goodis of the Real Housewives of New York, New Jersey. They completed training camp led by former Special Forces operatives at what Fox describes as a test unlike any other. In 2019, Smollett alleges he had been jumped outside Chicago by 2 Trump supporters who declared, "This is MAGA country." What I can't say on YouTube. And put a noose around his neck. In reality, he had paid 2 African immigrants to carry out the fake attack. He was charged with following a false police report, but charges were then dropped after he completed community service and forfeited $10,000. That's it. If that happened to me, I'd be in jail for like 30 years. In 2020, he was re-indicted and convicted on 5 separate counts. In December of the following year, sentenced to jail, he served 6 days. Wow. Easy New York. His sentence was later reversed by Illinois Supreme Court on the basis that he had fulfilled the plea agreement he made with the authorities in 2019. Jesus. Soft on crime America. Oh. I don't know why using the Brave Battle to start archive that is from working. Long in the toes. Wong. Wong, wong, wong.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
I'm pretty sure we need 2 of these. Okay, so that's the dust light one, and then I need the phone. Yeah, so I have dusk light now. Okay, Moonlight Dragon, okay, that's 2 of them. Okay, I got enough of that.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Got the Cyclone fragment, which is good, I guess. am detecting a prosecutor. Get ready for a tough fight.
And where a prosecutor is. I have that one. Let's see the moonlit. Okay.
Good work. You have proven the prosecutors are not invincible. Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I need a
Use caution. I am picking up traces of Prosecutor shield auras in your vicinity. Prosecutor eliminated. Watch out for more.
Okay.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction. Prosecutor down. Stay alert. There could be more ahead. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
And then it's just grinding.
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we turn to you for help.
Oh, I need 2 more trash guns. Okay, well I can find if I'm under it by myself in like a little area. But where do I get the this can be a team that Moon and Dragon that go on Earth. Go on Earth. Oh, were you sending something in squad? Oh. Oh, an hour. Well. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. I played Black Man Fulcon, Cambria. So day ends in 1 hour. Okay, I guess that means game time out on a real time. Times Square shooting leaves 3 hurt, 17-year-old arrested, New York Police Department says, by Mark Prusen, Alicia Reed, Christy Kalisian. Updated on August 9th, 2025, 11:36 p.m. EDT by CBS New York. You can find this on archive.is. According to the New York Police Department, two teenagers and a 65-year-old man were shot on 44th Street near 7th Avenue when a gunman opened fire early Saturday morning in the heart of Manhattan. A 17-year-old suspect was taken into custody and is facing a number of charges, including attempted murder, assault, criminal possession of a weapon, and reckless endangerment. The suspect's identity has not been released because of his age. Shots fired in Times Square during a fight, witnesses say. Witnesses told CBS News New York a fight broke out inside the Raising Cane's restaurant in Times Square on the corner of 44th and 7th. It happened at around 1:20 a.m. and appeared to involve a group of about 15 teenagers who rolled up on city bikes and entered the restaurant, they said. And then as we were waiting to get our food, they all ran out and stuff, and they're just like fighting. Witness Agnes Rodriguez said, "We really thought it was fake. We thought it was like firecrackers or fireworks. We didn't believe it," one witness said. Two bystanders injured in Times Square shooting. A 19-year-old man was shot in the foot. An 8-year-old woman from Maryland suffered a grazed wound to the neck, and a 65-year-old man from New Jersey was shot in the leg, according to police. They are all hospitalized in stable condition. Investigators said the shooting occurred after the suspect got into argument with the old teen and that a gun was recovered from the scene. Times Square is one of New York's gun-free zones created in 2022 under a sweeping state law that bans firearms in so-called sensitive locations, but street vendors say shootings continue to happen in the area. Yeah, I mean, all that gun control, huh? Helping the criminals out. Silas Vision and Dog Days. Hope I can just farm this shit. Some better mods, I guess. Oh wow. Master Ring 19.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
get it. What is this? Ribbon crystal? No, ribbon silver. What the heck? Oh.
Stay focused. There's a heavy
I don't know
unit
what
approaching.
the heck was. Are you serious? Or at least lock that. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run.
Alright,
Another
let's
successful
extract,
mission.
let's extract.
Find extraction.
Let's extract. Let's extract.
Your will was greater. This is good.
Zenoric. That was fun. What did I get though?
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we turn to you for help.
Yeah, I can see that. No, mantle capture. Oh my god. How much longer till see? Oh my god. I cannot do it by myself. Defense. Yeah, I can find a squad for defense. Yes. Bro, this is a mastering 12. Oh my god. during the day. Yeah, so he does have a good build. Oh no, bro.
Their rage is vehement, their focus.
No. Driver sentenced after hitting pedestrian 105 miles per hour. By WSOCTV.com, news staff and Hunter Science, SAENZ, comma, WSOCTV.com.
The ingredients you seek will not
August
be
7th,
easy to come by.
2025,
They grow in
4:08
some of the
p.m.
system's most
EDT.
hostile
You can find an
environments.
archive today.
You can see why we turn to you for help.
Charlotte. Mache Darby pleaded guilty Thursday to several charges, including second-degree murder for driving a car going 105 miles per hour and hitting and killing Ryan Zedronze, 23, near Uptown on December 1st, 2024. Darby was impaired and then stopped after hitting Zedronze, who was visiting Charlotte and walking across West Moorhead Street and South Mint Street. Zedronze family members told Channel 9's Hunter Science after court that there's no amount of punishment would be enough for their loss. The heartache just never ends, said Kevin Wallace, the victim's uncle. Darby will spend at least 16 years in prison. No amount of punishment is going to justify or do anything to bring Ryan back, the uncle said. Family members told Science what kind of man Zedronze was. He always had a way of making everyone feel loved and cared for not matter who it was, said Sefanje Turimele, a friend. His parents did everything right. I mean, they gave their life for him, said Mary Wallace, the victim's grandmother. Darby had also been convicted of hitting and killing another man in 2011 and driving off. Even the most perfect kid just being taken away, Kevin Wall said. The Jonesy family wants something to change so no family has to go through their painful reality. They say time, but time doesn't help, Kevin Wall said. At least not yet. Maybe eventually, but not yet. Not at all. Darby apologized to the family in the Mecklenburg County courtroom. I'm very, very sorry. This could have been avoided, Darby said. Yeah, by you not having a driver's license in a car. And again, another We Was Kings killing people for no reason, saying he's sorry when he knew he shouldn't have been driving. I'm not gonna find a squad for Science Visions. He's telling me these people are good. Go to a stone dwelling. Heat damage blessing.
Our celebration of coolness! It angers the demons
delicate child, Doga. The Tenno will cut through the infested and deliver our offerings to Kome.
Yeah, we will deliver the offerings to
Vision
Kome.
begins to say, Kanum, here they come!
Let your precious dice decide. Even roll. You let the infested consume you. Odd roll. You open those gates, and I set Cetus ablaze.
You have done well, Sura. The blame cannot
I hope
end
so.
us. How can we prepare the offerings with these monsters at our doors?
I want to see someone do like Steel Path. Fight all the monsters and not die once. This is way more strong enemies than just like the new zone and stuff. Well, we're supposed to get these blessings there. We're supposed to offer blessings. This is cool.
Kome's offerings pile high around her feet. Now comes the darkest hour.
You are strong. Crack me up. Thick walls and thick skulls. Kome is nothing but a pet rock.
And yet you crave to own Kome for yourself, do you not? Fate still holds a noose around our necks. You must not falter now.
We need to kill more enemies.
Turn your eyes to the water. An infested Oni.
And if that's the only, take it out, take it out, take it out.
Cetus is dead. Doga!
What ancient splendor the waves have concealed! Come forth, you majestic mass!
Die, 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 die.
Yourself!
Take the offerings before they are soaked. The infested Oni is determined to be. Only Kome can banish him to unreality. Bring tribute to the shrine. Enrage the Oni. Tear at his horrible dream.
Fireball, fireball.
Vulnerable. Finish it. Put an end to this dream.
Oh man. Oh.
How are they doing that?
I don't know, but I'm running out of pistol ammo.
Infested are upon us. This fate dream binds so tightly, we cannot help until you drive them back.
Steel power.
The die has been cast afresh. Shola.
Unidentified item. That's cool.
We will complete this judgment. Target steel essence.
And a bunch of fate pearls.
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we turn to you for help.
Let's see. 48 minutes, okay.
Portugal's top court blocks bill restricting immigration by Reuters. August 9th, 2025, 9:53 a.m. UTC updated August 9th, 2025. You can find this on archive.is. Lisbon, August 9th, Reuters. Portugal's constitutional court has blocked a bill approved by the right-wing parliamentary majority that was designed to limit the flow of immigrants, citing obstacles it creates for family members and joining immigrants legally resident in Portugal. Immediately after late Friday's decision, President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa sent the bill back to Parliament, which is on recess until September. Last month, the President told the court to check the document for potential infringements of the principles of equality, proportionality, and legal security. The bill illustrates the rightward shift in politics in much of Europe, as governments try to fend off the rise of the far right by being tough on immigration. The bill would have made hundreds of thousands of immigrants legal residents in Portugal wait for 2 years before they could request permission for immediate family members to join them. Only highly skilled workers and investors with special residence permits would be exempt. The court ruled that the bill was likely to lead to the separation of family members of foreign citizens legal resident in Portugal, which it said would be a violation of the rights enshrined in the Constitution. Last year, the government scrapped a program that allowed migrants entering Portugal on a tourist visa waiver to stay and get residence permits if they found work. Immigrants from the community of Portuguese language countries still enjoy most such privileges, but the bill would impose the requirement of long-term work or residence visa they would need to apply for in the country of origin. Parliament approved the bill on July 16th with support from the center-right ruling coalition and far-right Chega party, which emerged as the second largest parliamentary force in a May general election. Left-wing opposition parties have criticized the government for what they call an inhumane bill and for allowing Chega to oppose its anti-immigration agenda on the minority administration. The government denies such accusations, arguing that arguing that immigration flows require better controls, and has already said it intends to adjust the bill to the court's objections. Well, you should. Immigration in general is like rule most of Western Europe and Russia and Japan to this point, and China to some extent. The Guardian. Police arrest 474 people at protest over Palestine action ban in London. Number of arrests was highest recorded in relation to a single operation in at least past decade, according to Met Police. You can find this on archive.today. More than 450 people have been arrested in central London at the largest demonstration relating to Palestine action since the group was prescribed as a terrorist organization. On Saturday night, the Metropolitan Police said Parliament Square and Whitehall clear. As of 9 p.m., 464 people had been arrested for showing support for Palestine action. There were a further 8 arrests for other offenses, including 5 assaults on officers. The Met said the total of 474 is the most arrests made related to a single operation in at least the past decade. Before the planned event in the capital, the Met said it had drawn officers from other forces to help form a significant policing presence. It was anticipated the event was to result in large numbers of people being detained. By Saturday afternoon, hundreds of people had gathered in Parliament Square for a demonstration organized by the campaign group Defend Our Juries, who said approximately 1,000 sign holders had turned up. The Met said it estimated 500 to 600 people were in Parliament Square when the demonstration began, but many were not taking part. A spokesperson for Defend Our Juries said earlier, the fact that unprecedented numbers came out today risking arrest and possible imprisonment shows how repulsed and ashamed people are about our government's ongoing complicity in a live-stream genocide. Lengths people are prepared to go to defend this country's ancient liberties. The police have only been able to arrest a fraction of those supposedly committing terrorism offenses, and most of those have been given street bail and allowed to go home. This is a major embarrassment to Yvette Cooper. Further undermined the credibility of this widely ridiculed law. On Saturday evening, the Home Secretary thanked officers and reaffirmed the government's decision to ban Palestine action. Many people may not yet know the reality of this organization, but the assessments are very clear. This is not a non-violent organization. UK national security and public safety must always be our top priority, Cooper said. The demonstration began at 1 p.m. and officers made a small number of arrests beforehand. Soon after, officers began arresting people outside the green, holding signs of reference to Palestine action. One woman while being dragged away by police said, "All of you have loved ones. You're arresting the wrong people. Arrest the people over there," pointing toward Parliament. "Arrest the people complicit in the genocide." From 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., demonstrators holding signs that read, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action," were silent. "It's all very sedate, peaceful and moving," said Susan Broom, who clapped and cheered for those being taken by police. "I've been following them and saying thank you because I'm too scared." 2 women taking part in the action, one in her mid-70s, were arrested by police midway through the interview with The Guardian. One said to Turner, "I think it's great. People are absolutely sick of seeing genocide on the screens." She said the vandalism of RAF aircraft by Palestine action members was a protest action. It's not all terrorism. "Those planes are the terrorists. They're going over and shooting and killing children," she said. Zoe, one of those taking part in the demonstration, said, "I, along with hundreds of ordinary people, have had enough of our government's collusion and genocide. You can hear the claps, and it's got like a family-friendly environment here. You've seen with your own eyes. It's completely peaceful, and there's nothing vaguely terrorist right now. We're just being ordinary people saying how we oppose genocide." She said. She wore a large patch with the words "Jews Against Genocide." She said, "I swear, I wear it clearly and with pride to make sure that other people recognize that there are many Jews who do not support genocide of any nature." It's more like piece of pay for goodness sakes. That's not a terrorist act. A terrorist act is intentionally starved 2 million, she said. I don't know what to say to Palestinians. I'm so sorry it's come to this. I wish we could do more, but we're trying our best. Officers searched the bags of those arrested, and one backpack handled with blue frenzy gloves. They uncovered some bread and a milk carton filled with water. Robert Del Naja from the band Massive Attack joined the sign holders and said, UK civil liberties are trapped in a manufactured crisis. Peaceful citizens of conscience, including pensioners, have become terrorists at the will of a human rights lawyer turned authoritarian, who now lunges at opinions that expose the moral vacuum of his unrecognizable government. Some of those arrests were publicly processed on the street outside Scotland Yard, near the main demonstration where crowds gathered and shouted, "Shame on you officers." Amnesty International called the mass arrests deeply concerning. The protesters in Parliament Square were not inciting violence. It is entirely disproportionate to the point of absurd to be treating them as terrorists, said Saka Deshmak, the organization's chief executive. We have long criticized UK terrorism law for being excessively broad and vaguely worded and a threat to freedom of expression. These arrests demonstrate that our concern was justified. For the protest, a Home Office spokesperson said, The Home Secretary has been clear that the prosecution has been clear that the proscription of Palestinian action is not about Palestine, nor does it affect the freedom to protest on Palestinian rights. It only applies to the specific and their organization whose activities do not reflect or represent the thousands of people across the country who continue to exercise their fundamental rights to protest on different issues. Freedom to protest is a cornerstone of our democracy, and we protect it fiercely. The first 3 people to be charged with supporting the group in England and Wales were named on Thursday. Jeremy Shipham, 71, Judith Murray, 71, and Fiona McLean, 53, have been charged with displaying an article in a public place arousing reasonable suspicion they were supportive of a prescribed organization after attendance at previous demonstrations last month. Palestinian Action was banned in June, days after activists from the group broke into Area Rise North and defaced 2 military craft with spray paint. The ban means that membership or support of Palestinian Action is a criminal offense, punishable by up to 40 years in prison in the Terrorism Act 2000. In a separate development, the government announced on Saturday it would send an additional £8.5 million aid to Gaza via a UN agency, the day after Keir Starmer said Israel's expansion plans are wrong and will only bring more bloodshed. Well, they've been wrong for decades. Violent, lawless, broken Britain, the facts tell a different story. The Weekend Essay by Fraser Nelson. The populist narrative of a migrant-driven crime wave is catnip on social media and oiled wheels of reform. But it is so far from the truth that we're in danger of losing sight of the country we live in. Friday, August 8th, 2025, 5:57 p.m. BST, The Times. When Mexico warned its citizens about the risk of visiting Britain, it sounded absurd, like a parody of a Foreign Office traveler. Robberies and physical assaults, mainly involving knives, have increased, says the official advice. Britain is relatively safe, but if visiting, it's still best to maintain regular contact with loved ones back in Mexico and inform them about your situation and schedule. This from a country where cartel violence claims tens of thousands of lives each year.
but it chimes with what a great many Brits now believe. Poll after poll finds the public convinced that crime is getting far worse, and ready to believe Nigel Farage's summer campaign about lawless Britain. NHS hospital data shows knife assaults last year fell to a 25-year low, with the number treated for violent assault close to half what it was in 2000. Crime Service agreed. By such measures, our streets have seldom ever been safer. So what's going on? The answer is not just about crime, but about the way social media acts as a distorting lens through which millions see their country. When shrill voices dominate, hyperbole wins, and Britain is portrayed not just as trouble, but in ruins, terrorized by immigrant-driven crime, even close to civil war. And if the official figures show none of this, well then those figures must be wrong. Yeah, all the stabbings are from, Pakistanis, Indians, Bangladeshis, and Saudis and stuff. I mean, you just gotta arrest them, put them in jail. Easy. Once this might have been dismissed as digital drivel, but an era where more people get their news from social media than any newspaper matters, and you can change politics. If enough voters think that Britain is descending into chaos, it creates a new political force, one where the British state is secretive, malign, and run by the reviled elite. That's how it's been for a century. Central language is working well for Nigel Farage. She's polls, but on course to be the next Prime Minister. Rather than challenge all this, the Tories are trying to copy him. The gap between the public debate and reality becomes so wide that many voters may no longer see the country they actually live in or recognize the real progress that's been made. It's become impossible to believe what the facts do seem to suggest, that a society for all its faults is probably safer, richer, and better than any before it. Today, progress is the truth that dare not speak its name. Major environmental and social achievements are barely known, and when mentioned, universally disbelieved. The global fall in crime, driven by advances in forensics, the ubiquity of cameras, and smarter policing, has been met with a global disbelief. Such skepticism is part of human nature. As living standards rise, expectations rise faster. What was once extraordinary soon becomes the baseline. Discontent becomes the norm, which is just as well because discontent remains the engine of human progress. But in Britain, there's more to it. Some crime is generally surging, such as shoplifting and snatch theft. This is all too visible, while the fall in violence and burglary is invisible. This imbalance hits perceptions. People who notice their local store starting to security tag lamb joints will not believe crime is halved. The picture isn't helped by improvement in how police record crime, which can make it hard to disentangle reporting quirks from real trends. Most crimes have always gone unreported. That's why the Thatcher government set up the crime survey, asking thousands of households if they have suffered crime, and if so, what type. Shows that after the past 20 years, that is since the start of Strictly Come Dancing, robbery is down 60%. Bike theft and car theft have both halved. Burglary is down by 2/3. And all violent crime? According to the survey, it has halved since 2005, when Tony Blair won his third term. Even he never would have dared to predict that a collapse in crime was underway. Even now it is quite literally unbelievable. The Violence Research Group at Cardiff University keeps a tab on this, checking surveyed crime against hospital trends. Serious violence in England and Wales has decreased substantially, it concludes on Slade's report. This message needs to be much better known, not least because it reflects better prevention. Not least because it reflects better prevention, and because fear of violence, often stoked by reports of rare tragic violent events, corrodes individual and community well-being. Why isn't this message better known? When violence strikes can be spectacular, and progress happens slowly, invisibly, or against the grain of wisdom, it lacks a natural spokesman. The Tories won't believe, and their new opponents want to tell a very different story indeed. Politics is about sales, Farage once said. It's about selling it's about selling hope. Sometimes it's about selling fear. The narrative of a migrant-driven crime wave, so powerful for European populists, has always been harder to get going in Britain. Our immigrant population is starting to double, but crime halved over the same time. but individual stories, especially horrific crimes, can be highlighted and amplified to create the idea of a national crisis. The AfD pioneered this in Germany with press releases 10 years ago. In recent months, some British social media accounts have started a kind of AfD minority crime watch, scouring the local press for stories and presenting them as a national metaphor. Matthew Goodwin, a former University of Kent politics professor, now a GB News presenter, has become adept at all this, is emerging as philosopher king of political doom-scrolling. If you wish to be told that our society is about to blow, or see his calculation about how white Brits will be in the minority by 2063, you can join the 82,000 subscribers to his Substack. As an academic, Goodwin established himself as the most thoughtful analyst of the populist right. His switch from observer to activist has been fascinating to watch. Other actors have rushed onto a new stage, an online video from Crush Crime, a grassroots group campaign to make Britain safer, drew 3.6 million views after declaring theft has become legal in Britain. Some 207,000 bikes were stolen in 2023, it proclaimed, and said this has halved over the past 15 years. When a poll found that 50% of women feel unsafe in the streets of London, Goodwin popped up to say, say it out loud, the big reason is mass uncontrolled immigration. If so, why would far larger surveys show a 3-decade rise in the proportion of British women saying they feel safe walking home at night?
The vacuum left by missing figures. All this is not fake news, it's truth adjacent. The almost surgical use of a real figure to create a false impression while avoiding context that would shatter the illusion. A think tank real concocted can declare, for example, that Afghans are 22 times more likely to rape, a technically defensible but fundamentally misleading mirage. We now have a digital news architecture hungry for such figures, unlikely to scrutinize their robustness or provenance. Government failure to publish real figures creates a blank canvas. This resonates because it's based on an important truth. A great many Afghans and others arrived on small boats, paying people smugglers. The unvetted lawbreakers more of a risk. The Tories oversaw this, and Labour can't control it, making fertile ground for reform. But to make this into a tale of lawless countries is impossible to reconcile with the general collapse in crime shown by the crime survey for England and Wales. So what to do? Last week, Farage came up with an answer. The crime survey is invalid. He said discredited simply because being a victim-based survey excludes shoplifting. He cited the police records, which are easier to cherry-pick, but most of all he said, we all know that crime has risen significantly over the course of the last few years. On one hand, 4 decades of crime gave a nationwide NHS hospital data. On the other hand, well, we all know, this is the politics of perception. What if critics publishing annoying contrary data? Farage opened a recent press conference by dealing with me. Nielsen thinks that all is well with the world and there's absolutely nothing to worry about at all, he said. I think there's plenty to worry about, but I also argue not just that the streets are safer, but in general this is probably the best time to be alive. That is to say, if you choose any area to live in Britain, but not your place in society, you choose right now. I'm in no doubt how Mary Antoinette the sound of the elite motive of the out-of-touch elite. Farage's point. I lived in Highland Town and on a decaying council estate. I lived on an overseas military base and now in suburbia. None of these experiences give me a national view. That's why I spent a career collecting the data to check my own instincts and prejudices. I started doing so as a young reporter of this paper, hoping to find stories that show how bad the world is. To my shock, the world is not just getting better, but at an unprecedented pace. The turn of the millennium had ushered in a wave of globalization that was lifting millions out of poverty, make the world not just richer but more equal. Incremental improvements had been changing lives more profoundly than the dramas that dominated headlines. Newspapers tend to accentuate the negative because readers want to know what's going wrong, what threats may be brewing. Many newspapers also deploy balance and perspective, mixing darkness with light.
Journalism is anchored to facts. No one pays to read junk, and almost no one pays for social media. It's a device selling people's attention advertised with algorithms designed to engage or enrage to keep you hooked. Yet most Brits now use social media as a news source. The overall picture people have is of a world getting worse, not better. Many big trends are almost unheard of, let alone believed. Take the climate. The Times commissioned YouGov to find how many think UK's greenhouse gas emissions have fallen by about half since 2000. The answer only 12%. And how many think the number of assaults resulting in hospital treatment here in Britain has reduced by around half? Just 22 of the 2,247 people surveyed, that's to say 1%. So Khan campaigned on London's air quality emergency, and he's quite right to say that dirty air costs lives. But what he doesn't say is that even before Ulysses, the city's air was far purer than at any point in its measurable history. In fact, nationwide levels of every major pollutant, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter, PM2.5, and PM10 have at least halved since 2000. A poll showing that 11% are aware of this achievement. The paradox of progress. The recent alarm of a river quality is a classic example. Rivers were long used as sewers, less so as standards rose. Now we have real-time flow meters, in situ water quality testing, and more. New disclosure rules revealed the storm water sewer situation to justify outrage. But that's not new, it's just visible. Before it wasn't. When the Kinks released Waterloo's Sunset in 1967, a dirty old river was biologically dead. Now that Thames teems with dozens of varieties of fish, as does the Mersey and Hummer. When a child is killed on the road, it reverberates. Less so figures showing that airbags, speed limits, and other safety advances have half road deaths over the past 20 years. If you lose a relative with breast cancer, it's of no comfort to know that better detection and treatment has almost halved its mortality rate since 1990. But that deaths from stroke and heart disease, two of our biggest killers, also halved over the same period. We bank these improvements, and we should. Far too many still die on the roads and from cancer. That's where the attention should be focused, but it shouldn't hurt to look back, to see how far we've come. Use that to inspire hope, rational optimism, and what can be achieved next. I wish there was a way to know you're really in the good old days before you actually left them, said Andy Bernard in the American version of The Office. Was life really better in the 1950s when thousands died from smog and most lived in what's now called absolute poverty? Or the 1960s when just 1 in 10 children made it to sixth form, let alone to university? Even going back to 1995, meaning an average 25% pay cut saves money and none of today's digital comforts. Yeah, it was better back then too in the 50s. Better money, manufactured in most Western European countries. Economic advances slowed to a near halt after the 2008 crash. Today's living standards are still lower than then. A genuine scandal of progress in health, tech, crime, and the environment continue. The arrival of AI opens this prospect of another area of scientific, health, and economic advances. The biggest problem facing any country is demographic collapse, and almost every country in Europe is bracing itself for a steep decline in its working age population, but not Britain. Alone in Europe, we're projected to grow at a normal rate. Yet demographics is destiny, ours is pretty strong. Our problems are significant. Record taxes alongside creaking public services and welfare dysfunction that scars communities. A small boats crisis the government is unable to resolve. Reform UK is being powered not simply by digital black magic, but genuine despair at both Labour and its Tory party still unsure if it wants to fight fraud or copy them. Politically, it makes perfect sense for reform to stoke despair by telling a story of Britain close to societal collapse. It just doesn't make sense to believe it. Perhaps the ultimate sign of national confidence is the migration figures, not so much the arrivals but the departures. Last year, just 77,000 Brits immigrated, the lowest since records began. Among those who remain, I like to think, are some who share my deeply unpopular belief In spite of our problems, this is an amazing country, and that now more than ever, there is no better place in the world to call home. And yeah, maybe in the 1950s, but I mean, we've been going on the drain for like decades. 19 minutes. Citizens Benefit Burger Guild for people from abroad. If you're unable to finance your own living expenses under certain circumstances, the job center will support you with Citizens Benefit. If this is a German paper, it doesn't really say who the author is. Citizens Benefit is a state or welfare benefit. It is paid when people have no income and don't earn enough money to support themselves and their dependents. In this context, the job center refers to this as a community of need. Who's eligible for citizen benefit? The basic requirements apply. You are members of the community of need or in need of assistance. You are capable of working. You are at least 15 years old and not yet reached the age limit of your pension. You live in Germany, have the center of life here. You're less than 15 years old. You cannot work for health reasons. In this case, you are eligible to receive citizen's benefit. You live in a community or person who fulfill the requirements. Other requirements for people from abroad. If you do not have German citizenship, additional requirements will apply. You are from a country which is part of the European Union, EU, or the European Economic Area, EEA, or Switzerland. You were previously employed in Germany and lost your job through no fault of your own. You are from another country, a third country. Your residence status determines whether you are eligible to receive citizens benefit. The archive of this article means the German one talking about citizen benefit status. Not really good at reading German, I guess. It's www.arbeidsagenter.de/en/financial/support. You find that archive that is. These are your obligations as a recipient of citizens benefits. As a recipient of citizens benefits, you receive financial support and a job on the job center. This support also comes with some specific obligations that you are required to fulfill. However, these include these are a lot of Jesus. Attend your appointments at the job center. Your job center will invite you to regular appointments. You are required to attend these appointments. At these appointments, you can clarify, for example, outstanding questions about your application, how to improve your chances in finding a new job, how the job center can help you find a job, specific next steps in your journey to finding a job, which are recorded together with you and your cooperation plan. Tell the job center about any changes. The amount of support paid to you as a citizen benefit is based on your personal circumstances.
If these change, you're required to inform the job center. Important changes are, for example, you take up a new job, start an apprenticeship, or start a course of study. Somebody moves in and out of your home. You get married and have a child. Important, if you not report changes or report them too late, these result in disadvantage for you. You may be required to pay money, you may have to pay a fine, or there may even be criminal consequences. Work together with the job center. The goal of the job center is for you to become independent of government assistance again. You are therefore obligated to look for a job on your own, to apply for jobs that job centers suggest to you that are reasonable, attend courses that the job center offers you and pays for, comply with agreements in your cooperation plan. Citizens benefit is composed of follows. Citizens benefit is paid monthly, is calculated individually, and consists of several parts. Standard support requirement. The standard requirements refers to the fixed rate amounts with which you can cover your daily living costs. These include, for example, expenses for food, clothing, electricity. The exact amount depends on others on how old you are, whether you live alone or with people. The current standard support requirements are available on the website Federal Ministry for Labor and Social Affairs. Basic income support for job seekers. Accommodation costs. In addition to standard support requirements, the job center pays for your heating and accommodation, for example, their rent for your apartment. Condition: the cost is reasonable. The extent to which cost is reasonable depend on where you live. Other benefits. In the case of special circumstances, you are eligible to receive a supplement to your standard support requirement. This may be paid, for example, if you are a single parent, you are pregnant. One-off financial assistance. So is available if you are furnishing your own apartment, or if you are pregnant and need to buy things for your child, for example. Good to know, children and adolescents are eligible to receive benefits, education participation. These include, for example, grants for school-aid needs or for the membership of a sports club. I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's for benefits for, I guess, migrants or people coming to Europe for like Germany. I guess that's what it is. Bundessagentur. Yeah, that's definitely German words. Bro, 13 minutes. My phone's currently dying, so I might be able to read a few more articles. Yeah, they didn't really stream yesterday because I was kind of sick and stuff. Thinking I'm not really making any money on this, whatever. Be nice if I could. And I used to like listen to Fumiko TV talk about like the whole like VTuber industry. It's relatively young. You got Gurgur, Senzawa, Lily Calliope. Dude, I can forget. I don't remember about the Fuomoka or whatever. Like, yeah, he was doing a lot of like news on that. I
think it was like false ID or something, or false eye VTuber reporter. Okay. Mass shooting in Baltimore leaves 1 dead, 5 wounded, including 5-year-old girl. This is by the Post-Millennial, August 10th, 2025. This is a 2-minute read. Yeah, it's the American News. Yeah, it doesn't really say who the author was. Yeah, you can find this in archive.is. A mass shooting in northern Baltimore on Saturday night left 5 people wounded, including a 5-year-old girl, and 1 man dead from his injuries. The incident occurred around 8:45 p.m. when police responded to reports of gunfire. Officers found 4 male and 2 female victims, including the young girl who had been shot in the hand. Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley said in a press briefing that the injury did not appear to be serious. Thankfully, it doesn't appear the injury is very serious, Worley said the 5-year-old. The other victims, a 23-year-old woman and 3 men, ages 32, 33, and 52, also suffered non-life-threatening injuries. However, a 38-year-old man was critically injured, transferred to a hospital, underwent surgery, but later died, according to a report by ABC News. Worley said it appeared that the group of people were gathering outside a residential area, and the suspect began shooting. They were sitting on the porch, standing up against the car, eating, when the suspect opened fire. It just looked like some people were sitting outside on the porch and up against a vehicle having some crabs, he said, and looked like somebody just opened fire. Homicide detectives are investigating, but no suspects have been identified. The motive for the shooting remains unclear. Police are asking any individuals with more information to contact them directly. We have very little information at this point, Worley said. All we know is that there's multiple rounds fired and multiple victims. Yeah, that is sad. Hopefully they find the suspects. Hopefully they find the perpetrators of the crime from Baltimore. I mean, that was earlier this month. I really can't do like the quarter, like the Temple thing where it's like, that's crazy, or that's terrible. But that's not even like a good reaction. I mean, that was a vicious attack. Injured a bunch of people. Potentially killed a bunch of people. I mean, the police should be on anything the instant like shots are fired. Are we in the same clan? Eight minutes. Interception.
Only under the shadow of death will your true potential shine.
Oh my. Let's neutralize Bravo.
See, Mother? Needlework was useful.
There's literally an episode about Teen Mutant Ninja Turtle about like Shredder's mom was like, you know, retired villain down and she was helping him beat the turtles. Looking for like the General Admiral dude from like NASA, they would have like beat the turtles.
We are in total control. Keep
you can have an episode of like a children's cartoon where like the villains win though, right? It's usually like a dream or like some like alternate dimension, like in the original Justice League cartoon. If having a villain wouldn't be like too easy. Kind of like that one fan fiction where like Slade's like, oh, you know, the Teen Titans, my greatest adversary is like teenagers though. It's like, yeah. Your greatest adversary is like, yeah. I am down here when I should be. Is this a bomb? What is this? Oh, Vetus essence. What does Vetus essence even do? I think we need 5 to get one we buy. I wish like the first ascent you just like skip master range.
We have successfully decoded the message. Clear the area.
Yeah, I figured one of us was gonna go down. Oh yeah, it was definitely gonna be me. Master rank 11. Those monsters. Oh.
Extraction is available, but there are more messages to be decoded. Will you stay or go?
I'm dead, so...
Try and capture another signal. Be careful, though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
Oh man, I should extract and not have to wait for them to go again. Gee, I thought this meant I get revived. I guess I'll have some good gameplay to watch. Look at this. Oof. Tyrone Prime. The Department of Justice moves to unseal Jeffrey Epstein grand jury records. Para Ignatius. August 10th, 2025, 9:18 a.m. The Department of Justice, you can find this at archive.is, like most articles I've been reading. Department of Justice, DOJ, is moving to unseal grand jury records relating to the criminal cases against the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein and his accomplice against Ghislaine Maxwell. According to a filing from Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, exhibits from the two cases must be subject to appropriate redactions of victim-related and other personal identifying information before the release.
Are there any parties whose names appear in the grand jury exhibits but do not appear in grand jury transcripts? The government is undertaking to notify such parties to the extent their names appear in grand jury exhibits that were not publicly admitted at the Maxwell trial, and they were not already notified in connection with the request. Unseal the grand jury transcripts, Clan wrote. Queen, when Attorney General Pam Boddy and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche asked a Manhattan judge for the release of the documents delayed until after August 14th, to ensure the parties mentioned them are notified of their impending release.
Oh wow, I am revived. A ribbon thingy. A ribbon silver sliver. Yeah, I do want to play first Assassin. I remember someone saying on I forget what it was, YouTube too much. It was like, oh, is first Assassin dead? It's like, wait a minute. Smite died after 5 years. Yeah, they kept putting up more characters. No one ever played Bayonet or like, Metro because it was like a hot game. That's one of the selling points of first Assassin.
We have control of all 4 towers. The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it. Dominating. Keep it up. Allow the enemy to learn of our espionage. Eliminate the remaining enemy personnel.
Get her down, boy. What do we even get for this?
More data is being broadcasted. Are you willing to risk going back into the field?
Hell no. Hell no.
I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal.
I'm not staying for this.
Good work today. Not only have we decoded the enemy transmissions, we have also disrupted their communications.
Oh my gosh.
The Dusk Light Saracenia grows best in absolute filth. I mean, 100% pollution, poisonous air, and water. Really, what kind of plant thrives in those conditions? Lovely name, though.
Claim with Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Tom Blanche asked in Manhattan judge for the release of D documents to be delayed until after August 14th and ensure the parties mentioned them are notified of their impending release. On Monday, two Epstein victims slammed the Department of Justice for handling the case and accused it of looking to protect Epstein's wealthy friends rather than the victims. I'm not sure the hardest party here is the victims. Justice for victims are combating child exploitation, one letter submitted by a victim in Manhattan federal court said. However, I feel like the DOJ and FBI's top priority are protecting the third party wealthy men by focusing on scrubbing their names off the files. President Trump has faced significant criticism, especially from the MAGA base, for his administration's failure to provide full disclosure of the Epstein files, which was a campaign promise. FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Attorney General Pam Bondi have all faced criticism too for backtracking on previous promises and claims about the files. At the beginning of the month, Ghislaine Maxwell moved to a low-security prison in Texas following a meeting with the Department of Justice. Maxwell currently serving a 20-year sentence for helping Epstein traffic and abuse underage girls. Maxwell's move from FIC Tallahassee to federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas, came a week after she met with Deputy U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, who questions her about other people who may have been involved in Epstein's crimes. Trump has denied suggestions he might pardon Maxwell, who's currently seeking for the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. She had threw it in jail for 60 years, not 20. You're lowballing it because she's a woman. You can stop being no male feminist and you'll get, justice. I gotta. Someone seeing my stream? It might be John. Number 1, William. I thought I already assessed it. Mutus. Yeah, I already did that. So I don't know why it says I haven't done Jorda's Golem. I've done Jorda's Golem. I don't know what I'm gonna get from doing that. I've done Jorda's Golem. I don't know what I'm gonna get from doing that. I've done Jorda's Golem. I don't know what I'm gonna get from doing that. I've done Jorda's Golem. Okay, that's kind of annoying hearing my voice twice. I know only have one person watching me, the other person was me. Well, it's nighttime. It's 42 minutes? I had to wait an hour? That's stupid, bro. Dude, I didn't invite him. Let's go for exterminate. I guess my microphone can pick up what my controller makes and stuff. My headset, I guess. Let's see, I need to use the synthesis here. That's one. Moonlight Jade Leaf. I don't know how we knew I needed that. DVD Wolf. I need 3 more turf cones. I need 1 more dragon lily. Must be enough. Let's see if I can get this and I'll invite him. Well, okay, I need the moonlight lily though. I don't know where it is. Moonlight. Oh my gosh.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Bruh, I need that fucking lily, bro. I just noticed there's like no...
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I need one more Moonlight Dragon Lily. Couldn't find it.
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we turn to you for help.
Let's go. There's some frozen chicken I gave you, or there's some crab cakes. Ooh.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target. Target located. Bring them in. The capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way.
Did you find it?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You haven't found it, I haven't found it. Can they just mark on the map where we need to go? Maybe I need to do this multiple times. This isn't like no like Atelier game or Kingdom Hearts. How the hell you found this? I mean, I'm trying to figure out where to go. I just want to get some of these stupid quests, and then maybe I'll just go full tilt on Helldive C whenever I get it. I might just switch to reading like anime, like articles and stuff. That should be enough. Okay, I got Moonlight Dragon Lily 2, Moonlight Threshcomb. Okay. Yes. Who's adding? Alright, let's go. Thanks, Juan. You could be Sardine or Asgardani. Oh, look at that. That was a good shot. That was a good shot, bro. That was a good shot, yeah. It's 10 o'clock. I've only been on my new security job for a month, almost 2 months, and if I have to be at this new company for 3 years, then they're like, oh, no, you get to be supervisor. I know you didn't get to be one of your old company. It's like, oh, yeah.
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we
Only
turn
I can
to
stop
you
hearing
for
your
help.
freaking voice. Plagues. I need more thresh. Oh no, I need 6. I need 6 of those. Are you serious? I thought I need 2 more thresh cones already. No, I need 3 more. Sure. You didn't even probably add me back, probably. Oh, we're friends? Oh, okay, cool. PM.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
It does some fucking fun.
You're making waves, dreamers. I can feel it.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Bruh.
You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
Oh my god. What the heck? No socks. I need another Moonlight Dragon Lord.
Another job well executed.
The ingredients you seek will not be easy to come by. They grow in some of the system's most hostile environments. You can see why we turn to you for help.
Bro, was that not a sunlight thresh gun? So I need multiple of these, bro? I thought I just needed 2.
David Dryman responds to being booed up Black Sabbath farewell shot. I won't be deterred. July 7th, 2025 by Reader. You can find this on archive.is Metal Addicts. Disturbed from when David Dryman responded publicly after footage emerged of him being booed during his performance at the Back to the Beginning farewell concert for Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne, which took place on July 5th at Villa Park in Birmingham. Drama, he joined a subgroup of metal veterans from Ozzy Shot in the Dark and said with Sweet Leaf, met with jeers and middle fingers from parts of the 42,000 strong crowd as he walked on stage. A reaction widely believed to stem from his outspoken political views, particularly his vocal support for Israel. Now Dryman has addressed the backlash in a series of unfiltered posts on X, formerly Twitter, dismissing their negativity, standing firm in his convictions. I will always stand up for my people. I won't be deterred, intimidated, or shamed out of rocking the fuck out of rocking the asses out of rocking the asses of the masses. Dryman wrote, "Put that in your pipes and smoke it." Another post, Dryman pointed at what he claims is media manipulation of the event. There's even a trap being passed around out there that had hands booing the performance just to add fuel to the fire. Pathetic. The live stream shows the truth. Both songs went over great. He also acknowledged the boos, but dismissed them as driven by anti-Semitism. Yes, there were a few boos when I walked up, but I came to pay homage to my teachers, my idols, the mighty Black Sabbath, and I wasn't about to let a few Jew-hating morons deter that. It's all about feeding the narrative, generating clickbait, and inciting hatred of Jews. Background: Dryman's appearance is part of a rotating lineup created by Tom Morello, Rage Against the Machine, and featured an all-star backing band including Jakey Lee, Mike Borden, and Adam Wakeman, with additional appearances from Scott Ian, Anthrax, Nuno Betancourt, Extreme, and David Ellefson, ex-Megadeth. Local reports from Birmingham Live described Dryman's entrance as being about huge boos, tripping the crowd's reaction to the controversy of his political activity. In 2024, Dryman visited Israel, posed with IDF soldiers, even autographing an artillery shell aimed at Hamas, moved the Jew heavy backlash online amid the ongoing Israel-Gaza war. Despite the initial reaction, many attendees ordered clapped along once the performance began, and Dryman delivered powerful editions of both tracks without incident. Okay, well that was short, sweet.
I think there's bounties for doing this shit. BBC, archive.today. Zelensky leaves White House unscathed as he buys more time. Vitaly Shevchenko is the Russia editor at BBC Modern. Myroslava Petsa, BBC Ukrainian service. Reporting from at the White House. I'm not.
Let all the systems see that the Zeraman is Void Angel still trying to feed on the reliquary drive. Let's go forward in mutual trust.
Void plume. Where do I get void plumes?
We should be doing more to recognize.
I need to get my dailies. Okay, get a void plume vein. Void plume. Wait, I need a void plume vein. So I get 2 for doing this. He's just gonna jump me.
Always got time for a fellow enthusiast.
What you got?
I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not sure why I'm here at all, but I'll keep you alive. These used to be museum fodder, ceremonial and all that golden pistol.
Okay.
But now, real weapons. Void touched. Not fashion accessories, not conversation pieces. They are for killing. We good? Don't go bothering me about this unless you got an Incarnon weapon in your hands.
What the fuck is Incarnon
Here's a few
weapons?
pieces I put together in my own time.
Oh, I have to buy that.
Void knows I got plenty of that.
I'm not using flat to buy weapons, browse wares.
Take a closer look if you need to. Admire all you like. Okay. Later.
I hope I can get some people for this bounty. I think I'll get up for 11:30 this time. Enter the Zaraman! The Zaraman! The Zaraman! Ying, 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 ying.
Welcome to Malago Perimeter.
Oh.
These Grenier grunts are hunting for Kuva on our ship. Get in there. Carve them up.
Oh yeah, I took a Scalper Umbra. About to say. Can I get some support?
So long as they keep coming, you keep killing.
What the fuck? Equinox Master Ring 30. Okay, no wonder. Sauce it up, bro. Yeah, buddy, yeah. Ho 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 ho. Oh yeah, look at that. You know, if I could find people play Attack on Titan fun on conflict with that game's kind of fun. That's a good adaptation of an anime to video game. I mean, how many people are excited for a Chris Clash and it's like, oh, you know, it's another fighting game. You know, they thought that was going to be like some kind of, like an RPG or a theater. Can get the bonus. No. This is taking a fucking while, I haven't died yet, so that's good. Yeah, I don't think they went JD advanced. They'll maybe confidence of prisoner for president. If it happens, it happens. I mean, it is America. I can't keep telling my mom she didn't get it. You watched this new Lifetime movie earlier about like how this chick was deceived about putting up flyers for like his lost doll, and then he just kidnaps her with chloroform. It's like, yeah. So I think that should happen to women now.
They wanted to do things the hard way, and now they're done. Grenier are pulling out. Great job.
And we're done. Oh, we're extracting there. can shoot my arrows, but I can't use my powers. What do I get from mission progress? I got a Void Gill Orb. I got nothing. I got a bunch of Endo. I mean, that's good.
Zariman is holding steady. This ship is now a fortress on the threshold, and we are her Let's go forward in mutual trust.
How do I get a Void Plume down, bro? How do I get that? I just did this. I need a Void Plume down. How do I... Okay, maybe I should try Morale. Void Cascade. Void Armageddon.
Save your strength.
Okay, I'll do 2 more bounties. Zelensky leaves White House unscathed as he buys more time. The optics could not have been more difficult this time. Unlike the shockingly ill-tempered previous meeting in February, U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky seemed determined not to look confrontational despite their remaining differences. Zelensky wore a collared suit, although not of the classical variety, and Trump complimented his attire. The Ukrainian president also repeatedly said thank you, which must have pleased his host too. At his opening appearance in the Oval Office, Zelensky spoke little, or maybe he was not keen to, fearing that what he had to say was different from what Trump wanted to hear. Differences showed later when U.S. and Ukrainian presidents appeared before journalists grabbed European leaders. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and French President Emmanuel Macron both said a ceasefire in Ukraine should be the next step, even though Trump had argued that it was not necessary before a more permanent solution is found. Zelensky remained conspicuously quiet on the issue. What we have heard from the leaders suggests that the discussions behind closed doors focused on security guarantees for Ukraine and prospects for a meeting between Zelensky and Putin. No details were revealed about what guarantees were discussed, or how being face-to-face in the same room with Putin will help end the war. Following the day of talks, Zelensky described security guarantees as a necessary starting point for ending war. At an early news conference outside the White House, he said security guarantees could include a 90 billion, 67 billion, so $90 billion or 67 billion pounds deal between Kiev and Washington to acquire U.S. weapons, including aviation systems, anti-missile systems, and other weapons he declined to disclose. Zelensky also said the U.S. would purchase Ukrainian drones, which would help boost domestic production of the unmanned aircraft. Though no formal agreement has been reached, Zelensky said a deal could be worked out over the next 10 days. The Ukrainian leader, however, was more willing to talk about his possible meeting with Putin. Some reporters he was ready to meet directly with his Russian counterpart, and if Moscow agreed, Trump could join the negotiations. Putin has so far resisted a direct meeting with Zelensky. Ukraine will never stop on the way to peace, he told reporters, adding that no date has been set. One issue leaders seem reluctant to bring up before the media were possible territorial concessions by Ukraine. Zelensky also mentions how he showed his U.S. counterparts map Ukraine, stressing that Russia has managed to occupy less than 1% Ukrainian territory in the last 1,000 days. This is new to the White House, he said, and it helped swing Trump's mood, apparently. I have been fighting with what is on that map, Zelensky told reporters, adding that he pushed back on what the Oval Office map showed as Russian captured territories. It isn't possible to say as much territory has been taken over this time. These points are important. The Ukrainian leader seemed mostly upbeat about his latest White House appearance, describing his meeting with Trump as warm. His optimism, however, appeared deliberate as he sought to avoid a repeat of his last Oval Office visit and convince his American host to embrace the European position on ending the war.
Perhaps the key outcome of the chip was that it helped Ukraine to buy more time. The call that Trump had with Putin following his first meeting with the European leaders suggests that Russia has managed to do just the same. Despite widespread fears, no catastrophe has happened. As the summits in Alaska and Washington, at least nothing from what has been made public. Status quo remains.
Shine that light of yours over here for a second. Please remember that your presence is enough to revive us. We won't ever leave you drained. Strike hard, no quarter.
Always got time for a fellow enthusiast.
Look at all the precious little nightmares.
Let's see who's gonna... Mastering 7. Dreamer's Bond. Sock Prime. Yeah, there's so many ones that came on like before I started playing this game this year that I've never got. Hello?
Welcome to Tool Gardens. Standards are being actively enforced.
Cascade receding. The enemy has triggered the release of a possessed exolyzer. Purge it before it pumps out even more void contamination.
I don't think I can. Now we have to beat 2 bonus things? Is it the bounty?
Exolyzer online.
It's about that.
Possessed exolyzer located. Purge it and make it work for us. Exolyzer succumbing to void possession. We just lost an exolyzer to possession. Get it back. Cascade intensifying. Keep any roaming thrags away from that exolyzer until it discharges. That'll nip this cascade in the bud.
Come on.
We're down an exolyzer. Working on backups. Keep those manifestations away from the exolyzers.
It's 10:33.
Marking a possessed exolyzer. Deal with it while you still can. Those void nightmares are hell-bent on one thing. Manifesting more nightmares. Exolyzer spent. spreading.
Bro, what the heck?
Equalizer under assault. Equalizer has been retired.
What is this? Oh, that's the void plum. We have to find this shit.
Cascade is approaching critical levels. Your time is running out.
Get 4 exolizers.
Contamination levels going in the wrong direction. Hey, kid, you can't give up on me now. Kid!
So I feel like whenever I try to do any high level thing on this game, I mean, stories you can do good, but like these are the things we need for, like, you know, faction rewards and shit. It's kind of like how Destiny 2, every time it has like an event or whatever, you won't have people that have already done it. Like I used to stream that game when they start wanting you to pay, like, you know, in-game currency, like dollars or stuff out of your bank account. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. Netanyahu slams Australian Prime Minister. A weak politician who portrayed Israel and abandoned Australia's Jews. By Sam Sokol, August 19, 2025, 12:02 p.m. The Times of Israel. You can find archive.today. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has betrayed Israel and abandoned his country's Jewish community, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declares. In a statement posted on his official account on X, Netanyahu writes that history will remember Albanese for what he is. A weak politician who portrayed Israel and abandoned Australia's Jews. Netanyahu's statement comes less than a day after Foreign Minister Gideon Starr announced the revocation of residency visas for Australia's diplomatic representatives to the Palestinian Authority. That was in retaliation to Canberra's decision to bar far-right religious Zionism MK Simcha Rafam from visiting the country. Australia also recently barred entry the former Justice Minister Ayelet Shaki and pro-Israel activist and influencer Hillel Fold. Canberra has announced they will recognize a Palestinian state in September at the United Nations General Assembly. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong said earlier on Tuesday that revoking their diplomats' visas was an unjustified reaction by Israel. At a time when dialogue and diplomacy are needed more than ever, the Netanyahu government is isolating Israel and undermining international efforts toward peace and a two-state solution, she says in a statement. In a social media post, Starr accused the Australian government of fanning the flames of anti-Semitism
which has hit the country's 1 in 20,000 strong Jewish community hard since the Hamas-led massacre in Israel on October 7, 2023. In recent months, Jews have seen their synagogues, schools, and homes firebombed. In addition, 2 nurses threatened to kill Israeli patients in the hospital, and authorities discovered a trailer full of explosives that said to have been intended to cause a mass casualty event at a Jewish institution. Maybe stop bombing poor people in like fucking Palestine, probably. And some of that shit's probably just false flags, you know. Going after synagogues, it's a mess. That's a false flag. Alright, I'll read two more articles, I guess. I'll go read something. The Ford, Jewish independent nonprofit news. ADL chief attacks Zoran Mamdani but gets his facts wrong. Jonathan Greenblatt criticized the mayoral nominee for hedging on Global's Intifada and falsely claimed Mamdani hasn't visited synagogues or engaged Jewish groups. By Jacob Kornblue. You can find this on archive.today. August 18, 2025. Jonathan Greenblatt, the Anti-Defamation League CEO, sharply criticized Zoran Mamdani in a TV appearance on Monday for his refusal to outright condemn the Global's Intifada slogan. The ADL chief also wrongly claimed a Democratic nominee for New York City mayor has visited a single synagogue at any Jewish institutions during the campaign. I think there are questions we should ask right now. Like this candidate has visited churches and mosques, not a single synagogue. Greenblatt said in an interview on CNBC's Squawk Box. Contrary to Greenblatt's assertion, Mamdani attended Shabbat services in Park Slope in February, visited the offices of the UGA Federation for Eternal, co-founded with the Jewish Community Relations Council in May, and participated in 2 candidate forums at Congregation B'nai Jeshurun in Manhattan in June. This candidate has gone to Harlem to meet the black community, Washington Heights to meet the Latino community, Chinatown to meet the Asian American community, not once to Jewish neighborhood, Greenblatt said. Mamdani, who is Muslim, has faced scrutiny for his unapologetically critical views of Israel and his embrace of the boycott, divestment, and sanction movement. Nonetheless, during the Democratic mayoral primary, he made an effort to reach out to more than 700,000 Jewish voters in New York, including a visit to an annual legislative breakfast in Flatbush, a heavily Orthodox neighborhood in Brooklyn with a politically conservative electorate. A spokesperson for the ADL clarified, Jonathan was talking about engagement after the primary, and voters now have their options before them, and it matters most. To our knowledge, the candidate hasn't gone to a mainstream synagogue or Jewish organization since the primary ended. Greenblatt also wrongly claimed that Mamdani then reached out to Hasidic voters in their native Yiddish language, but Mamdani gave an interview to a Yiddish-language Hasidic newspaper, and there were photos circulating on social media showing pro-Mamdani Yiddish-language campaign posters on the pole in Borough Park. Mamdani is also relying on his senior team of Jewish professionals for his campaign. Since trouncing Kuma in the Democratic primary by 12 points, Mamdani has reiterated his commitment to safety Jewish New Yorkers and his willingness to meet with Jewish leaders. A recent survey showed Mamdani leading in the general election with the largest share of Jewish voters, 37%. Greenblatt said he doesn't believe polls show Mamdani with significant support among Jewish voters. I know something about this candidate, he said. He isn't meant to aim the mainstream Jewish institutions. I mean, I haven't heard from him. I don't think the heads of most of the major Jewish groups have. Greenblatt added, he wants to meet Reverend Sharpton in Harlem. Why hasn't he met any mainstream Jewish leaders in a public forum where his views can be aired? I think we know why. Because I think he was a Students for Justice in Palestine organizer who proposed legislation in Albany to restrict the ability of Jews to donate or anyone to know the Israeli organizations. Mandani did sponsor legislation to penalize charities supporting Israeli settlements. His critics said it targeted in part Jewish organizations and non-profits assisting families of terror victims or providing support for units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Mandani indicated he would implement some form of Israel boycott measure, saying he would end some Adams administration policies regarded as illegal, but not go into detail. International law is something that we should actually bring our city into compliance with, he said during a candidate forum. The Democratic nominee is backed by several Jewish elected officials, including Representative Jerry Nadler, co-chair of the Congressional Jewish Caucus, Ruth Messinger, the trailblazing Jewish politician, political leader who in 1997 became the first and only woman to win the Democratic nomination for New York City mayor, endorsed Mandani last week. Greenblatt sets conditions for a Mandani meeting. The ADO chief said he'd only meet with Mandani under clear circumstances, including it being a public meeting. I won't be used by Mandani, he said, and it's amazing that there are other Jewish leaders who are willing to do that. Why won't he condemn Globalized Intifada, Greenblatt asked rhetorically, because he believes, I think we have to take people at the word. During the primary and following his victory, Mandani hedged on a call to condemn the slogan, but he said he would discourage the use of that phrase after hearing from Jewish leaders who experienced the bus bombings during the Second Intifada in the early 2000s. The ADO statement sent to the Ford said there's a world of differences between strongly condemning a violent anti-Semitic slogan and merely discouraging people not to use the phrase. Greenblatt has come under fire recent months over the organization's broad labeling of criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic. The ADO head has also faced backlash for comparing pro-Palestinian student protests to Islamist terrorists in comments he made to Republican Attorney General. Yeah, quite a kooky fellow.
Everyone pulling together. The song tears at us slowly, like hooks dragging through flesh. Every time you silence one of them, it gets a little easier. Go and visit hell upon them.
Only place to find decent weapons.
If the Archimedean
Okay, now it's a good team. Avoid clone. No, so we have to find this, like the hex shit.
And Matlon could stand to learn.
Why do I have a key? I have a key in my hand.
You know, Tara Lee and Lineage and Red. requires hard work.
Rather not.
To ensure that it was a 100% success. No Zarian accolade? Don't worry. Learning is virtually limitless.
You know what? I finally found out where I need to go. Okay. How did it fail, bro? We're supposed to really do it within 5 minutes? Fuck, bro. Blackstone executive and a prominent member of the New York Jewish community killed in Manhattan shooting. Wesley Lee Ponte, 43, was on the board of the UGA involved with their Heschel School. The Jewish Chronicle, July 29, 2025, 1552 by Jamie Shapiro, Tim Reed. Mass shooting in New York City on Monday claimed the lives of 4 people, one of whom has now been revealed to be Wesley Lee Ponte, 43, a prominent Jewish figure and mother of 2. The incident at the Blackstone head office in Manhattan saw an armed man named by the media as Shane Tamura walk into the building, opening fire in the lobby.
He then got on the left, went up to the 33rd floor, opened fire again, then turned the gun himself, boarding an attempt to target officers of the National Football League, NFL. Fans footage showed him exiting a double-parked BMW just before 6:30 p.m. carrying a M4 rifle and then marching across the plaza toward the building. While Planter, who was married with 2 children, was killed as she tried to hide from the gunman behind a pillar. That's it? It is a really short article. Oh my god. Let me get off, I'm hungry. Less than a quarter of Australians view Jews positively, says new survey. Australia used to be thought of as a safe haven in Jews. That image has been shattered over the last 2 years. July 30th, 2025, 0818. By JC Reported, Jewish News Syndicate, 2-minute read. Find this on archive.is. A new survey has revealed that less than a quarter of Australians view Jews in a positive light. Amid a surge in anti-Semitic incidents in Australia, a recent survey commissioned by the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, CAM, has revealed concerning findings about public sentiment towards Jewish people in the country. The survey, conducted from June 27th to July 1st, with 1,000 respondents across Australia, found that fewer than a quarter of respondents held positive views towards Jewish people. Only 9% described their attitude as very positive, while 50% held slightly positive views. In contrast, 28% expressed negative opinions, with 8% saying they had very negative attitudes and 20% holding slightly negative views. In another survey finding, 1 in 5 young Australians aged 18 to 34 reported witnessing or hearing about anti-Semitic incidents in their area. The situation is particularly severe in New South Wales, Australia's most populous state, where nearly 1 in 4 young respondents reported local anti-Semitic incidents. Similarly, 1 in 5 respondents aged 35 to 54 said they'd encountered such incidents in their communities. Could just go with Israel and not be in Australia. I mean, you have your own homeland. Oh, that's good. I gave this last article tonight. The New York Times, you found this article I thought today. Trump calls Netanyahu a war hero and adds, "I guess I am too." President Trump praised Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel for bombing Iranian nuclear sites and credited himself as well. Is it 2 minutes and 35-second read. The Matthew M. Pug Big, August 20th, 2025, 7:17 a.m. ET. President Trump praised Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel as a war hero for ordering his country's forces to bombard Iran's nuclear sites, and then said that the same label should apply to himself. In an interview aired Tuesday with Mark Levine, the conservative talk show host and author who was a prominent supporter of the president, Mr. Trump described Mr. Netanyahu as a good man. His words echoed the mood of self-congratulation over the strikes on Iran when the two leaders met at the White House in July. "He's a war hero because we work together. He's a war hero," Mr. Trump said of the Israeli leader. "I guess I am too," he added. Israel in mid-June launched waves of airstrikes against Iran, hitting important nuclear facilities in Natanz and Isfahan. It killed much of the country's military chain of command along with several nuclear scientists. Then on June 22nd, the United States used large bombs to strike the Iranian nuclear site Fordow, which is buried under a mountain. A recent U.S. assessment describes Fordow as badly damaged, although it is difficult to precisely gauge the extent without access to the site. The interview with Mr. Levine largely focused on Mr. Trump's efforts to be a peacemaker. Since taking office in January, Mr. Trump has frequently taken credit for resolving conflicts, including those between Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo, between India and Pakistan, between Thailand and Cambodia. He also announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel that ended in nearly 2 weeks of back-and-forth strikes in June. In the interview, Mr. Trump said, "I've settled 6 wars, and we did Iran, and I wiped out their total nuclear capability, which they would have used against Israel in 2 seconds if they had the chance." Iran has long said its nuclear program is intended for peaceful purposes. Though its ability to enrich uranium, which is needed for a nuclear weapon, is set back significantly by the U.S. and Israel attacks, some experts believe that Tehran could eventually resume enrichment at other sites. In response to the interview, Iran's Tasnim news agency, which is affiliated with the country's Revolutionary Guard, on Wednesday described Mr. Trump's remarks as incoherent. Yeah, they've been incoherent remarks for decades. Dude's old, not as old as Biden, but pretty freaking old. He's really got his boomerisms down pat. And the dude invaded the draft for Vietnam. Alright, I did say that was the last one, but this will be. Okay. Israel plus settlement plan to raise idea of Palestinian state by Reuters, August 20th, 2025, 2:19 p.m. UTC. Find this in an archive that is. No, let's see who the author is. Jerusalem, August 20th, Reuters. A widely condemned Israeli settlement plan they would cut across land which the Palestinians seek for a state see final approval on Wednesday, according to the statement from Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. An approval of the E1 project, which would bisect the occupied West Bank and cut off from East Jerusalem, was announced last week by Smotrich and received final go-ahead from a Defense Ministry Planning Commission on Wednesday, he said. Restarting the project would further isolate Israel, which has watched some Western allies frustrated by its continuation and planned escalation of the Gaza war, announced they may recognize a Palestinian state in the United Nations General Assembly in September. With E1, we're delivering finally what has been promised for years, Smotrich, an ultra-nationalist ruling right-wing coalition, said in a statement. The Palestinian state is being erased from the table, not with slogans but with actions. The Palestinian Foreign Ministry condemned the state announcement on Wednesday, saying that the E1 settlement would isolate Palestinian communities living in the area and undermines the possibility of a two-state solution. The German government spokesperson commenting on the announcement told reporters on Wednesday that settlement construction violates international law and hinders a negotiated two-peace solution and an end to the Israeli occupation of the West Bank. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not commented on the E1 announcement. However, on Sunday there is a visit to Warframe, another West Bank settlement established a quarter of a century ago. He made broader comments saying, "I made 25 years ago that we will do everything and secure our grip on the land of Israel to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state, to prevent the attempts to uproot us from here. Thank God what I promised we had delivered." This two-state solution to the decades-old Israeli-Palestinian conflict envisages a Palestinian state in East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza existing side by side with Israel. Western capitalists and campaign groups have opposed the settlement project due to concerns it could undermine a future peace deal with the Palestinians. The plan for E1 located adjacent to Mali at Dumim and frozen in 2012 and 2020 amid objections from the US and European governments, lost construction about 3,400 new housing units. Infrastructure work could begin within a few months, and house building in about a year, according to Israel advocacy group Peace Now, which tracks settlement activity in the West Bank. Most of the international community considers Israeli settlements in the West Bank illegal under international law. Israel disputes this, citing historical and biblical ties to the area, saying the settlements provide strategic depth and security. Yeah, that's what a colonizer would say. What Israel has been doing since World War II with the guiding help of the Western European powers, and China and Russia. Okay, I'm getting off. This is the end of my podcast.